Again, streaming to YouTube and streaming to Twitch. Let's make sure that's happening. So let's find out. YouTube. Apparently we are live there. YouTube. Yep. And Twitch. And Twitch. All right, excellent. All right, test the chat. I'll be sending a chat out to both streams via Realstream. Let's hope that works. Realstream the other day had a bit of an issue, and I thought it may have been on my side, but it turned out to be on their side. So we're going to play a bit of New World, but before we do, I released a video earlier, and I'm going to play it again here so people on Twitch can see it too. It's not a very long video, but yeah, we'll get into it after I play it. G'day guys and girls, welcome back. This video is going to be about New World. I was on Twitter having an interesting back and forth with a gentleman called Board Fan JᴏɪR. Feel free to reach out and subscribe to him. We were having an interesting back and forth about vertical progress versus horizontal progress, and it seemed like he didn't understand, and he asked me to do a video on it, and so this is that video. So what is horizontal progression versus vertical progression? Let me bring up my whiteboard, see if I can make it simple. Your basic vertical model is your World of Warcraft style, where you've got a base game, you buy that game, you level to 60, you max yourself out, then the next expansion comes and you progress another 10 levels, or whatever the case may be. So you max yourself to, say, 70, and that new expansion has 4 raids and 4 dungeons, but your old gear is useless. The 10 previous raids and the 10 previous dungeons are now redundant. Essentially, your world has shrunk. It's gotten smaller. Your world. Just going to pause it there for a moment because we're going to go into the forums after this. But apparently, this whiteboard was too hard for someone to read. So next time when I do a video like this, I'm going to zoom in so that they can read it. It seems fine to me, but maybe he's viewing it on the phone only. I don't know. Playing a brilliant New World game, but can't read this. Interesting. It now has 4 raids and 4 dungeons. The horizontal model, the base game you buy, you level to level 60 or whatever the max level will be for that base game. The base game may have 10 raids and 10 dungeons, and then the next expansion you buy, the level cap has not been raised. They've added more content, another couple of areas you can explore, 4 more raids, 4 more dungeons, different gear variations, but your world has gotten bigger. You've now got 14 raids and 14 dungeons. And you can mix and match the gear that you've got, which is your max level gear, with any newer max level gear. That's the horizontal model. And as each expansion comes out, your raids and your dungeons and the world itself gets bigger, not smaller. Now, both versions have their ups and downs. I myself prefer the horizontal model, where the world is getting bigger and bigger. What are the downfalls of that? Well, let's just assume that we've been playing this game with multiple expansions for 10 years. We probably end up with over 300 raids and 300 dungeons. That, within itself, can put some people off. What about the vertical model? well, after 10 years, you've probably got the same amount of expansions and your world has shrunk, but everyone skips the content. They will level up as fast as they can to level 120 or whatever the max level is, or maybe get boosters provided by the game. They'll skip all your other dungeons and not experience them. So each has their ups and downs. A new player might join, see that the max level is 120 and get put off and not want to bother. A new player might join, see that the max level is 60, have the greatest experience leveling to 60, as that's the horizontal model. You make the best leveling experience ever, and then that's it, you're maxed. And each expansion after that makes the world bigger, but they might be overwhelmed with the choice of how many raids and dungeons and so on. Is there a way to have the best of both worlds? Well, this is where I'm going to discuss acts. Imagine, if you will, you've got, in this case, New World, your game. Base level 60, and as each expansion comes out, the world grows. The level cap remains the same. The raids and dungeons increase, all whilst telling an overarching story. And once that story gets to the end, regardless of how many expansions are required to tell that story, could be 4, could be 5, could be 10, that act comes to an end. So that horizontal progress ends and it's a self-contained act. And you unlock Act 2. Now, Act 2 could be another 60 levels. It might only be 10 more levels from 60 to 70. So you focus on that leveling experience once again from 60 to 70 or 60 to 120. Whatever the level increase may be, you make that leveling experience just as friggin' grand as the initial leveling experience from Act 1. So just pausing it again, I was just remembering a post someone put in the forum, which we're going to get to afterwards, that said I need to zoom in on these and, get rid of the kid because they can't read. It's like, well, what do you mean you can't read? I'm reading everything out to you. You don't have to read. So that would be your base expansion, the vertical model for the expansion of Act 2. After that, it would revert to the horizontal model, and each expansion will add more raids, add more dungeons, add more content as the world grows to tell Act 2's overarching storyline. Once you get to the end of Act 2, you repeat the process. So this is how you could have the best of both worlds and not overwhelm someone with heaps of raids and dungeons at one level, or a max level that you think you're not going to get to. Now, the other option you could have too, if you want to re-experience the dungeons in the previous acts, or if the developers want to stop people from racing people through old content, old dungeons, when entering an old act, an old dungeon, you could have a level scale system. You might get a pop-up on the screen that reads, "You are entering a dungeon from Act 1. We will be level scaling you down to level 60. And that would solve that, as well as allow you to re-experience the older content. I mean, that's pretty simple. It's not hard to understand unless you're a fucking retard, or you just want to be argumentative. This is very basic shit, very generalized, easy to comprehend. I mean, I even brought up the whiteboard. I didn't go to the chalkboard, but I can do if you're that tarded. So how would this look as a GUI in New World? Well, this is a mock-up that I've done showing you an acts menu. You'd have Act 1, you'd have the map, and what is the sections of the map that you'd need to complete. You'd have different objectives. It could be 6 objectives like I've got here, or it could be 10. That's up to the developers and the story. Down the bottom, you'll see the information for the act would tell you the level cap, the max gear score cap, the maximum level the weapon could be. And that was the other thing. Each act could increase the gear score or the maximum level for your weapons. Could also introduce new weapons at different acts. Act 2 would show that you haven't unlocked it yet. There might be a few extra acts there that are not available because they haven't been created yet. So you can see how this could work. And one final note is each act might be something that you might have to buy, whereas the expansions per act might be free. That's something that is up to Amazon. Hopefully this has helped explain a little bit about vertical progression, horizontal progression, how they could coexist. Thanks for listening. I hope to see you in New World. I mean, that's pretty fucking simple to understand, surely. And this map was actually data mined. And you can see there's a huge section that we haven't explored yet that they haven't released. Brimstone is coming, and that's this section just here, which is an addition to what we've got. So to me, that's expanding. That's an expansion, even though it's not being released as a buyable expansion, and it's not going to upgrade the level score. It's still sticking to level 60. So that's horizontal progression, an example right there. So let's New World, and this newworld.com if you want to see the game and get into it. Fucking loving it. G'day guys. Alright, let's kill that. As per usual, there's a forum where you can post stuff, which is what the developers encourage. You know, they do regular feedback, regular updates, fixes to the games and stuff like that. So this is their biggest expansion that they're going to be releasing soon, Brimstone. Let's log into the game. So at least got some background music. Takes a little while to log in sometimes. Here we go. Now, no videos aren't kept for too long on Twitch, so you may have to come over to the YouTube channel, which is YouTube/Suit.Yourself, as you can see on the screen there. And then you can rewatch it if you want to see what I'm about to go through and talk about, and see it all again. Just rolling a smoke. Hello, Warren. How are you, mate? I'm just about to go through a forum where I posted a link to a video with ideas that it's only a 7-minute video. I've just played it, just finished it. But as you can expect, there's always one idiot that either purposely doesn't want to understand you, wants to split hairs, or is just a moron. And you know me, I like calling out morons. So this is New World. You can actually build your own house, or you can't build it, but you can decorate it. Currently, I'm at the maximum furniture level. But we're not here to see that. Let's bring that up. Who's on at the moment? Booston and I. Okay, let's go to the forums now, hey? Let's bring those up. Oh, has he replied again? Yeah, we'll get to that. There's always one more on. So it's a simple post. I put together a short video explaining horizontal progression and vertical progression, as well as how they both could work together in an axe idea. So I linked to the video, I linked to the tweet that I tweeted out to New World, and I said I hope this is helpful and a good discussion thread to have. Ultimate goal here is to make New World the best MMO in years to come. So, and they encourage posting ideas and stuff. And this Nori guy, straight away, the two are not compatible. And I'm thinking, how the fuck how can you say that? They've got that in the game already, where they're adding the new Brimstone expansion, keeping the level cap at the same level cap. It's like that's horizontal progression. And he goes, the reason why zones are invalid and starting from the starting level is you cannot remove leveling. I didn't say to remove leveling. Nowhere in my video or my post did I say remove it. I said keep the level cap as you're expanding for the act. Once the act finishes, then you can bring out a new expansion that raises the level cap. That's what I mean about it. I mean, I bet you this fucking idiot is probably only 4 years old and he hasn't read my fucking blog, or he hasn't watched the video, or if he did, he's too stupid upstairs to understand what I'm saying. Or he just wants to purposely split hairs, like I said. And maintain the percept of VP, vertical progression in the game. Horizontal progression games are also problematic. Oh, there's a fucking buzzword. Problematic. As soon as you hear that, you know that this is going to be one of those fucking idiots. You know, one of these buzzword wankers that just want to put a point out for making a point that, even though their point might be wrong, in their mind is right, but they're not seeing what you're saying, or they just want to be argumentative, or they're a social justice wanker. You know, in the sense that they do not captivate people like VP games do. What you speaking, this guy here, they do not captivate people like VP, vertical progression. Well, for a start, my idea did include vertical progression, so I don't know why he's whinging. But why are you speaking for everyone? And I asked him about that afterwards, and he goes that basically the whole, you need to go do your research routine, like a typical wanker would post. Doesn't care who he's speaking to, doesn't know me from a bar of soap. For all he knows, I could have worked on World of Warcraft, I could have worked on Guild Wars. And in fact, there are games that I have worked on and done stuff for, but it's none of his business. But he wants to go and tell me that they're not compatible straight away. Boom. Not compatible, yet we know they are. And then he speaks to the majority of the players, saying that you know, horizontal progression is not captivating. Well, if it's not captivating, why is Guild Wars 2 so fucking successful? Answer me that, you fucking wanker. Even in a mixed diagonal, yeah, okay, concept is really a shell disguise for horizontal progress. So even going up a little, and we'll keep this as a mental note because we'll come back to this later, it's a shell disguise for horizontal progress. So even a little bit of progress upwards is just disguising. And even under such systems, you are invalidating vertical progress. Where have I invalidated that? Nowhere. It's best left as is and just be accepted. So this is one of these wankers. When first reading that, you know that he's a kid. He's got to be some kind of moron, kid, or a retard. He likes his game the way it is, and he does not want it to change. And if you or anyone else posts something that is contrary to what he believes the game should be, he'll start posting and continuously posting, just like someone waving their arms around in the air going, change my game. And so, fuck it, I wasn't changing your game. I was posting ideas for New World, for Amazon. And I wasn't invalidating the VP, the vertical progress. So, anyway, I simply say, someone didn't understand what I said. Funny how New World is currently already doing all that you claim it cannot be done, which is basically adding the new expansion, the Brimstone expansion. It's 3 areas big, as according to the map. And where are we? Close the window. Doesn't matter. You've seen the map when you rewind. So that's going to add an expansion. Okay, with more content, more to explore, and the level cap's going to remain the same. So they are compatible. And if they wanted to raise the level cap, Amazon can do that later. So what is wrong with my suggestion? Nothing. It's something you can look at, you can think about, you can see how it would work. Now, it's only one idea, and I don't care if they add it or not. But to come back and say they're not compatible, to me, shows that you're a fucking idiot and you don't understand a single word that I've fucking said. So we can go to the videos. Where is it? I'll leave it up this time. G'day guys. G'day guys. Yeah. For weapons. Chlorage. Okay, so you can see currently this little section here is actually 3 areas big. Just let's see if I can bring up a better version of that. Hang on a sec. I've got a picture of it because I used it, data mine map. Open. Warren, oh, Suit, you're doing the thinking differently again. I know, right? How dare I bring up an obvious thing and generalize about it to make it easy for morons to understand. How dare I? Okay, where are we? All right, so this is the actual map. If we zoom in, pan, that's what we want. Brimstone Sands is actually coming. That's this area here. And you can see it's about the size of 3 normal areas. So there's a lot of the map that has been released. And of course, as they add each section, that's what I would call an expansion, even though it's not essentially an expansion per se that you would buy. It's expanding the world. And soon they'll be releasing this big area here, 3 areas worth, called Brimstone, and that's an expansion to the game. When they build the next part up here, that'll be an expansion to the game. So in my eyes, this idiot is just fucking playing with definitions, attempting to split hairs to have an argument. And, you know, I'm too old and too ugly to fucking sit here and have arguments with children. I've said my piece a few times, and we'll go through it in the forums, and that'll be it. He'll probably end up on our block list, because I just can't stand morons. Have a different idea, fine. Have a back and forth, fine. But don't go around in circles when you don't understand what I'm saying. So we'll leave this up. You can see how much of the map has been data mined. That hasn't been built yet, but eventually they'll do that. And I mean, this entire island could be the first act And then they could have a second island where once you finish here, you get on a ship and go over to another island. And that could be Act 2, where we start progression again from 60 onwards. It's not hard to understand, surely. You can't be that much of a fucking idiot. Well, you think you can't, but let's go over it. Was that? Let's see if we can bring it in closer for you. That'll do. Anyway, we got a reply from Elandriel. Nice video, an interesting idea. I like the horizontal progression in Northwind currently has. So there's other players acknowledging that this game has already got horizontal progression, which we all know it has. With high gear score items scaling as you level your expertise. That's what we've got currently. 590 gear score, and we level that up to 625. This person's not overly keen on adding vertical progression, as I think players tend to grind it rather than enjoy the content, which is another issue. People will grind the next 10 levels and then leave, whereas you want players that will stay and experience the game. So yeah, the AXA is an interesting idea and solution. Yeah, that's what I said. We like the concept of scaling players back. Well, that was ideas based on what Guild Wars currently does. Re-enjoy the old content. But then you'll have people that will hate how dare you, Guild Wars scale me down to a level 1 area and make me level 1 when I'm a level 16, because these type of people just want to go around and pawn shit instead of enjoying the content and hanging out with their new friend that has just joined the game. So that's a good thing with Guild Wars. You could be level 60, level 80, and if you get a friend that's joined, you could go and help them and you'd be scaled down to their level. Think and assist with playing with friends that are at different progress points. Exactly, that's the whole idea of this thing that I put up here. Perhaps you need to scale rewards up, and there's another idea, rewards and drops and stuff. So when you're a level 60 and you go down and help a friend, that drops to you, you'd want that to scale up with you, which is a nice idea. Especially if you're a level 60, you go out of the level 1 zone, you don't want that thing to just be a level 1 drop. Ro, how you doing, mate? Yeah, I've been all right. I've been up and down, and to be honest, Mum's back in the hospital with cancer. She got 2 different types of cancer in now, so I've been dealing with that for the last couple of months now. So they're doing tests to find out what types of cancer it is, and being in regional Queensland, the different hospitals do different tests. So she's going to have to be transferred to another hospital to do a different test. So yeah, it hasn't been the best. A couple of months I was off, not doing anything, not playing games or anything, but just taking care of her, and then we had to admit her to the hospital. So yeah, I've been dealing with that, and then I thought, okay, I'll think of, try to escape from the bullshit of the real world with New World, play the game, throw some ideas out, and that's what I'm doing now. So I reply, definitely some good ideas there myself. I love the horizontal progress, including the gear score. Speaking of someone who prefers the vertical model, is what got my brain going with ideas that New World may be able to use, which led me to the axe idea and level scaling. So I was talking to someone else on Twitter that is more of the vertical progression. So they like the levels and stuff like that. So we're bouncing ideas back and forward. And that led me to this idea, which is why I created the video. And if you haven't seen the video, it's on YouTube. It's this one here. Vertical progress. About, you know, if you got the vertical is about the base game. When you buy the game, it's level 60, and then they release an expansion, it's level 70. But the problem there is you level up to 70, the base game becomes basically pointless, and you no longer really bother doing the raids and dungeons because they're below your level. So you go from a game that had 10 dungeons to a game that has only 4 now, and a smaller. And that's what happened with World of Warcraft. Whereas the Guild Wars model, if you will, is a horizontal. So every time they release an expansion, the world gets bigger, and you can still go back and do the old dungeons and raids. So it's not too hard to understand. You know, it's not rocket science, but there's always going to be that one fucking idiot on a forum that either doesn't get what you're saying or is purposely trying to troll you and steer you. You can maintain horizontal content even with increasing the level cap. Well, that's exactly what my suggestion basically is. Depths of Dynasty dungeons. Yeah, dungeon mutations. This is part of what I was saying with the way New World is. There are horizontal, but they've got in their dungeons things called mutations. Mutation level 1, mutation level 2, mutation level 3, and it gets harder and harder. So there is a vertical progress of difficulty within a horizontal level capped system. So anyway, we get back to this guy. No one made a claim, nothing can be done. Trying to move against VP is a bad idea. No one said they were trying to move against vertical progression. We simply do not have the understanding on how to captivate players enough to use horizontal. So this guy, he's speaking for the entire player base. We've already got a game out there called Guild Wars 2, which is successful and still giving expansions, which is a horizontal progression. But yet, apparently, we don't know how to captivate players enough to use a horizontal progression system. You see what I'm dealing with here? And this is someone that later tells me to do some fucking research. Every MMO that has tried to be a horizontal progression-based MMO has died, has it? Guild Wars has died, has it? No, they recently released another expansion. G'day, Ed, how you doing, mate? There are mountains of examples, and this is another person that has one of those. There are tons of examples out there. Doesn't list them. Go and research for yourself, type people. And even designers like myself, I fucking doubt you're a fucking designer. Very much so. Based on you replying to me and not understanding what I fucking said, very simple, clear, generic thing that I put, even in a video, Naru, I doubt very much you're a designer. And if you are, they need to fire your ass straight away because you can't fucking read. Who believed the end of vertical progression system was dawning was proven wrong yet again. No one said that the vertical progression system was dying. You absolute fucking moron. This guy must have his head so far up his ass that his shit smells like fucking roses. He's speaking like he's attempting to add more weight to his post instead of he replying, I believe, I suggest, it's we. So, yeah, we can tell from your writing, moron. Just to get how to simulate egotism. Who was talking about simulating egotism? I mean, what is this guy fucking going on about? It's not about my fucking post. We don't know how to simulate egotism in a way that works enough to captivate and keep people's attention. That's because the younger generation, and like I said earlier, I believe, Nora, you are from the younger generation, your attention span's so fucking small. It's unbelievable. And he says here, you're complaining about content. I've never complained about content. Not in my video, not in my post. Nowhere have I complained about the content. I fucking love New World. I love the content. Oh, shit, I've been kicked because I'm talking too much. But that's right, we'll come back to New World in a minute. Fucking love the game. So there he's putting words into my mouth, things that I never said. G'day, my brother, disabled gamer. How you doing? No, not everything is all well. Unfortunately, my mother has been put into hospital again with cancer. She's got 2 different types of cancer this time. So 71 years old. Crossing my fingers, praying. But that's the real life side. Other than that, just dealing with a moron on the forums here. One of those people that don't understand what you fucking said, but believe that they have and try to claim that you don't understand them. One of those types. And thinking that the entire problem is to vertical progression is a lack of content. I never said that vertical progression is a lack of content. What I said was when you vertical progress, the previous shit that what you've done, no one really bothers going to visit. Your world gets smaller because you don't go visit your level 60 areas anymore, unless you're farming. But generally, you're going to be sticking around your level 70 area. When it's been proven time and time again in Warcraft, the next fucking expansion, most people hang out at the next high level town. They don't go out and do anything else in the world. But that's not a lack of content. I never said that. I was very clear with my words. Or content being invalidated after an expansion. Well, I'm not really complaining about it. I'm telling you a fact that what happens with vertical progression. Why can't this guy get it? It's simple. Your base game, if you get an expansion that's 70, and then people that are 70 and max out the 70 will be doing the 70 content. Why would they go back to grind level 60 content unless they're doing grinding for the auction house to make money? Other than that, they're sticking on their level 70 content. The 60 gear is useless, so there's no point fucking grinding that. It's normally bind on pickup, so there's no point grinding it to sell it. And that's my point, and it's a fact. It's been proven with Warcraft and other games. Horizontal, say Guild Wars 2, the game gets bigger as each expansion, and the old levels and dungeons are still relevant. Lack of content or content being invalidated after an expansion is not the actual reason why vertical progression is used. I didn't say why it was used. Or bad. I never said it was bad. I said there's things that are happening from it that, are bad. Like the old content not being used or getting smaller. It's simply an inefficient byproduct of the destructive nature of VP. So you're acknowledging that because of vertical progression, the older stuff is no longer being utilized because you're saying this is a byproduct. So you should be looking into what I said in my video, you fucking moron, to see how we can make all of it still relevant. Honestly, it's like talking to a fucking child. And obviously you can see this guy replies to absolutely everyone. So he's obviously one of those people that sits on the forums and waves their arms when someone says something is wrong about the game or against their thinking of what it is. Yeah, Ryu in the chat, Grinding isn't really bad, but when they make you grind to high hell, yeah, exactly. That's annoying. Tony at work, how you doing, mate? Hope you're doing well. You can simulate horizontal power systems, no problems. The problem is not that it cannot be done. The problem is that doing it invalidates VP, which kills people's desires to play the game. So again, he's speaking for every player out there. Really? And you call yourself a fucking a designer? Fuck off, cunt. Well, I don't believe you. When you've got this amazing game, Guild Wars 2 out there, which is, you know, horizontal progression systems are by far more efficient and superior to VPs in so many ways. Yeah, absolutely. However, it cannot keeps people's so because his attention span can't be kept by a world that grows, he's got to say that and speak for everyone else that it cannot keep people's attentions like vertical progression. Well, this is a single reason why horizontal progression-based games, especially MMOs, have failed over and over and over. Yeah, I'm seeing Guild Wars 2 keep failing with every expansion they release. Moron. Tony, yeah, in real life I've got mum in the hospital with cancer at the moment, so I'm not doing too well. But I'm trying to escape from this with gaming for a bit, take my mind off it. But yeah, I posted something in the forums here, and there's always one idiot that doesn't get what you're saying. Some horizontal progress systems work really well in frames per second games, and they can also work in MMOs. Guild Wars 2 proves this. A lot of the PvP battles can be really thought of as a frames per second style game, where you're taking a base or you're shooting each other. So you're just making my point for me. However, they simply break MMO design. No, they don't. Guild Wars proves you wrong. It's a very sad fact, but true. No. Just because you say it's true doesn't mean it is. For this reason, New World cannot shift from not having any more levels, expansions, etc. I never said it couldn't have any more levels. I never said it couldn't have any more expansions. I was giving you ideas on how it can work together. It will simply lose its player base if it does. Again, talking for everyone else out there. Seriously, Nori, get off your pedestal. So I'm trying to be nice, right? I'm always trying to be nice. Yeah, I hope she pulls through too. A few years back, she got cancer and she went through the chemo and she beat that. And it hadn't returned for a long time, but it's returned, unfortunately. So we've got to find out what types it is too, and then start treatment. So just bear with me a sec. There's nothing worse than rewriting what you've already written or re-saying what you've already said because someone doesn't get it. It's the most frustrating, annoying thing out there. Thanks, Eden. At the moment, you don't see the chat. I don't have it up on the screen, but I'm streaming to both YouTube and Twitch, and I'm getting people from both platforms chatting in the chat there. If you're not seeing each other, that'll be why. Okay, so I'll say I do appreciate your thoughts and opinions, but not everyone shares the same thoughts. You speak as if you were speaking for the entire player base, and I quote him, her, it, they, them. It will simply lose its player base if it does. This is untrue. We might lose you, though. And that is true. We might lose him if he doesn't get what he wants in a game. Or he might just hang around and be one of those people that say the game's dead, the game's dead, the game's dead for 2 months. Then I say, you first say that the two are not compatible. And he said that up here. The two are not compatible. Yet they can be. You then spoke as if you knew what the zones can and can't do, unless you were a dev, which he's claiming to be a designer. Scribbling on Notepad doesn't make you a designer. Unless you're a dev, you don't know what they can and can't do. So my point there is, like, we don't know what the engine of the game can and can't do, or what they might be able to tweak and play with, and we can see what the game can currently do. So as a player of the game, seeing what they can currently do, you can reasonably extrapolate ideas that can be added to the game, which is what I've done in the video that I've posted here about adding acts. Let's go to the acts area, where Act 1 could be leveling from 1 to 60, and they could add as many expansions as they require to fill in this island. And once you complete it, they could then create a whole new island where you sail to, and that could be Act 2, and you start leveling from 60 up to whatever the next level cap is. So I'm showing how progression can be both horizontal and vertical in the same game. And this is just an idea. This is just a mock-up. And again, I don't care if they use this idea, but the devs asked us for ideas, so I'm giving an idea. And this spastic is saying it can't be done. Currently, New World is doing what you claim it cannot. It has vertical progression, which it's got level 1 to 60, and is dropping horizontal expansions. A new expansion is coming called Brimstone, which is this here. It's the size of 3 normal zones. And when they drop that, that'll be in, I think, 3 days, or on the 18th or something like that of this month. So when they drop that, you're going to still be level 60. They're not raising the level cap. Therefore, it's a horizontal progress. They are, however, redoing all of the leveling experience from 1 to 25, and then later on 25 onwards, they're going to revamp that too, because they want the leveling experience from 1 to 60 to be the best leveling experience you can have, which is great. I'm all on board for that. Then you can see the rest of the island that is data mined that they haven't added to yet. But I don't know what I'm talking about, do I, fuckwit? So when I speak about this in my video, I do speak of things they cannot do. I don't speak of things that they cannot do. I misspoke then. I am speaking of the systems I can clearly already see already in play. There are people who love one over the other. And when I say that, there are people that will love progression as in leveling only, vertical progression. And there will be people that will only love horizontal progression, Guild Wars. You get to a level cap and they want to stay there. And they want the world to get bigger. There's going to be people that will love one over the other. And there's also people that will post to the death to defend one over the other, claiming the one they don't like will kill their game. Sounds familiar? So far, New World has been expanding horizontally with expansions. And what I mean by that is each of the zones that they've added and made and created is, in essence, an expansion to the game. And we can see that in effect with the latest expansion coming, Brimstone. 3 zones worth, level 60 only, still horizontal progression. So I said, yeah, with expansion, and you're still here, so it proves that horizontal progression can work and hold people. The video isn't meant to attack one over the other. And if you watched my video, and I did play it earlier, it doesn't attack one system over the other. It shows how, this is the generic shorts, you can get into more detail and add more pros and cons to each side. But generally speaking, if you're a new player, you come to a new game, say World of Warcraft, for example, and it's got 120 levels, you're like, oh, fucking hell. Now, some people will love that, but there'll be a vast majority that will go, yeah, I'm not interested, that's too much. Then you'll get the other side where you'll get someone, say Guild Wars 2, they'll come and they'll say, okay, level 1 to 60, that's max. But the world is so big and there's so many dungeons, there's like 300 raids, I'm not interested. Ugh. So there's extremes on both sides. Not everyone thinks that way, that's being very generic. But the whole idea of breaking it up with acts is so you could have the best leveling experience from 1 to 60 in Act 1, fill it all out, do your questings, complete all of Act 1, and everything. You don't have to tweak that later on. Once you get to Act 2, then they could work on the best leveling experience from 60 to 70, or from 60 to whatever the next level cap is. So it's more inviting and things are broken up a bit. So it doesn't feel one way or the other. And you can go back to a previous act and get level scaled down to do the dungeons. What does Ryu say in the chat? How is someone going to say the game is dead when, well, this is what I mean. And it's not just with Guild Wars, they're saying, well, this particular person is saying horizontal progress has been tried and failed, and yet we've got Guild Wars, which is horizontal progress. Their latest expansion, it has just recently come out. But you'll get people like this guy that will jump into New World, and because the player base has diminished because there's nothing happening at the moment, they're still adding and fixing bugs and tweaks and whatnot, they'll sit there and chat saying, is this game dead? Oh, this game is dead. Why am I still here? And it's like, what the fuck? Seriously? If you don't like the game, uninstall it and fuck off to another game. Why keep the game installed and log in just to say the game's dead? So the video that I made isn't meant to attack one way or the other. And if you watch it, you will see that I don't do that. And then I'll put in brackets, I'm not sure if you watched it, because most of these idiots don't watch things. They'll just see a post. Someone's posting about horizontal. Gotta type my shit up. So, and they won't go watch the video. So you're arguing with someone that hasn't watched your shit or doesn't understand it. Some people that hate one way won't watch a video about it and will just post a reply. So that's kind of like my little prompt to say, hey, mate, if you haven't watched it, please go watch it. The video isn't meant to be a basic overview. Basic. It's 7 minutes long. It's not a 4-hour presentation of every ins and outs of each system. A basic overview of what each system is, then show a way that both could coexist, which the video successfully does. Miestra, my friend, how are you? Long time Now, do you want me to get in Discord? Do you want to come in and have a chat as I read over this? The rush to be the first mob to throw the rock means that they typically don't even know why they are throwing the rock, nor the law behind the rock, or even if it was a rock that they threw. You just got home from the hospital. Yeah, remember yesterday dealing with similar things that I am at the moment with family and cancers. It's just really sad. Two of my closest friends can get miestra and vomit. That we're all going through similar things. But it is, we're at that age now where our oldies are, they're not going to be with us much longer, unfortunately. So, well, Miestra, if you do want to jump in, just let me know in chat here, and then I'll get in Discord and I'll continue reading and shit. Both could coexist. Of course, there is more to each system than what I covered. As I said, I did a basic overview. I do hope you watch the video so you can see what I mean by both being able to work together. Thank you for your feedback. I mean, how many times do I have to be nice before I snap and say, look, you're a fucking idiot, mate. I'm over you. Fuck off. You're not adding to this conversation. I hope you are able to bounce a few ideas around, and I do hope that he and everyone else can bounce ideas around, because the whole idea of this is to try to make the game better, give the devs ideas. Thank you, but I'm just stopping by to show my support. I'm exhausted. I can imagine. Had a bit of a hang up at the new hospital, and father's got to be moved too. That sucks, man. I know it is. We've got mum's got 2 different types of cancers, and they need to do 2 different tests. But the scanners is only because it's regional Queensland. Each hospital does their own thing, so she'll have to be transported to another hospital 4 hours away to do a scan for that particular cancer. And it's like, oh. The only saving grace is being like up here in regional Queensland. Yeah, we have to travel to and fro long distances, but there's less people, so you get into the system quicker to get results quicker and scans quicker. Whereas the city, there's so many people there, you're on a waiting list for so long. So I hope you were able to bounce a few ideas around. This video idea is just one idea. I am sure there are many other ways New World could go. They want us to share ideas, so that's what I did. Also, I wasn't complaining about anything. I was offering a video idea. So Birdman replies to this guy too, and then says to me, sorry to burst your bubble. I personally, I have personally also accepted that New World is going to be vertical progression. We know that it's coming. We all know that it's coming. It's going to be next levels, leveling up. This is not what I'm arguing. And it has already been data mined. See yourself, sorry to burst your bubble. I think your idea is great, however, thank you. And it's more an issue with the system on how you earn your character class. Well, we don't really have a class in New World. We create our own class based on our gear and what stats we choose. I think Guild Wars 2 did it in a great way, and probably one of the best hybrids HP scaling systems on the market, where you have a hero class is separate from the leveling from your main class. Well, I haven't looked into the hero class on Guild Wars 2, so I can't speak on that. Yeah, just reading the chat. There's no medical specifically. Others are veterans, so having issues with the government insurance through the VA. Well, yeah, American systems, the VA, I heard, isn't as good as it should be in the private hospital. Lots of crossing T's and dotting I's, and I hope you get it all done. The problem is all that shit, it delays the process of what you need to get done. is what I'm trying to say, which frustrates everyone. Anyway, I reply to Birdman this time, saying, I have no bubble to burst really, data mined or not, things can always change or be tweaked or be added to. And what I mean by that is, yeah, it might be data mined that they're going to have level increases, but that could easily be integrated into this new idea of having, okay, we got one world, let's leave it at 60, let's create the next island or whatever, starting from 60 onwards. It's not bursting the bubble really. We know the system's there. And this is what I was saying earlier about I know what systems are in the game because I've been seeing them and using them, plus my own unique insight into stuff, which is none of this guy's business. If we don't give our thoughts and ideas on the game so we are playing, which is what they asked of us, then they won't get these kind of ideas and thoughts, and thus might not even consider the ideas. So if we don't tell them, hey, here's an idea, they won't think about that, or they may not have thought about that. What has been data mined could easily fit into the acts I spoke about within my videos, so no bubble is burst. Guild Wars 2, I agree with. One of the best hybrid systems and scaling out there. That is another game New World could look towards. Scaling down to the current level of an area is a great idea for Guild Wars 2. But the problem here is you get wankers that race to the top to be the toughest and strongest, and I got there first, I threw the first rock, and then they'll go to a lower level in Guild Wars and they get leveled down to level 1 if they're a level 1 area, and then they'll cry, oh, I'm not tough anymore. Whee! So that's not what the game's meant to be about. In any case, I hope everyone that's posting here, I hope everyone that's here is posting and enjoying New World. I hope to have multiple ideas to post in the future. I'm more of a visual person, as you guys know, so I'll probably continue to present them in a visual way. Often some ideas can be lost with text or misunderstood. Even I do it too, misunderstanding things that people write. It happens. So I'm throwing a bone saying, even I can misunderstand what you say. Thanks for the reply. No problem. Also, small feedback. For the video, the gear is cute and all, but it takes away from the presentation and makes some of the text harder to read. Well, I mean, with New World, we need a PC to run New World, so I'm assuming people are on PCs when they're watching videos, and I don't think this is hard to read, to be honest. And when I played the video, I actually went through each part and spoke it and read it, so you didn't need to read it. So I said, fair enough. Wasn't much on the board other than a big red circle to show, the world gets smaller. And that's what I was showing over in the beginning. This big red circle shows how within each expansion, the world can grow or it can shrink based on your level. I'll take your advice into consideration upon the next video idea. Thank you for your feedback. And then I thought about it more because, I'm reading what he's saying and I'm thinking about what he's saying. It's engaging. And I said what I could have done was zoomed into each of the areas of the board as I spoke about them, which I could do. I actually thought it was big enough to read, but I could zoom in and move the camera around to different parts as I'm reading. So I might do that next time. And Nori, can't leave it alone, so here we go. I'd encourage you to do more research on the topic. Oh, there we go, guys. Straight away, anyone that says fucking shit like that, there's no point fucking talking to them. We'll do some more research than just a single part of it. Who's assuming that I researched just a single part of it for a start? This is a very true and proven position. Again, no evidence. Many games had failed trying to figure out the mystery of horizontal progression. I hope they all fail as hard as Guild Wars 2. Now, I said vertical progression and it's dropping horizontal expansions. So it has vertical. Oh, this is where I'm talking about the game New World. It has vertical progressions and it's dropping horizontal expansion, and we can see that in the new expansion coming, Brimstone. Like I said, it's 3 areas large. They're dropping it. The level cap is not going up. Therefore, it's horizontal progress because it's still going to be level 60. And that is an expansion, whether you want to classify it as an official expansion in a box or not. It's still an expansion to the game. See, I feel this guy's just fucking messing around with definitions. No, it is not. No expansion has been given to this game yet. So, because no expansion has been officially given to this game, Brimstone's the first official one given to this game since the game has been launched. That means that the game has not had any expansions. So during alpha, it didn't have things that were expanded upon different things. Righto, mate. No worries. Keep smelling your own farts. And I have been a strong advocate against such things. You know, I can see you're against things like this, because here you are in this thread, waving your arms around like a fucking a wanker, going, don't touch my game. I don't like horizontal progression. Whee! That's how you're coming across, mate. This game is simply into fragile of a state to have a real expansion, and yet they're giving us a real expansion. Brimstone, 3 areas large. If you call these content patches expansions, you are mistaken. No, I'm not mistaken. Content patches and increasing stuff is still expansions to the game. See, you're fucking with definitions, and you're wasting my time arguing over fucking splitting hairs. This is where, if you were here in real life, I'll smack you across the face and say, mate, fuck off, wake up. Expansions generally come with a level cap. No, they don't generally come with a level cap. Expansions are an expansion to the game. How the expansion works is based on the game. Just because you believe they come with level cap increases, that's on you. New World, what is New World about? Is Ryu. It's basically World of Warcraft on steroids. So I'll show you some of it afterwards. But yeah, it's basically an MMO. You take a secret trip to an island that's you've heard about, and you can't escape from the island. Which we have never had in New World. Whee! Split hairs. Go on. That's what you're doing. And I said, so far, New World has been expanding horizontally with expansions. You're still here. It proves horizontal progression can work and hold people. Am I though? Or am I really still here in New World? Or am I just hovering over the forums crying about other people's posts? I've spent the last 2 months not playing. I couldn't care, mate. I don't care if you play the game or not. I'm giving ways to make the game expand in a way that would keep me interested. I want to play. However, mage is such a horrible state. There is no mage. There is only how you put gear on and use weapons to appear like a mage. You don't get to choose your class per se. It's based on your gear and your stats that you choose, and that's what I like about this game. So because he's got an issue with how the mage plays, he hasn't been playing for 2 months. We can already see the tears. It's very hard to take this game serious. Well, then fuck off. No one's going to miss you, mate. Just uninstall, delete your character first. That's the first step of never coming back. Then uninstall your game and don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. None of us will give a flying fuck about you. We will forget you by tomorrow. But those of us that do want the game to be better, we're going to continue to post ideas. And when we come up against someone like you that wants to cry about something over and over, you'll end up on our block list, or we'll just not listen to you. We'll start ignoring you. It's been an ongoing issue for a while. By the way, I am one of the near 1 million players that spawned into this game last year. Think about that for a minute when you try to argue that. Because Nori is here, the game is doing good. Wow, this guy really can't get sarcasm, does he? No one gives a fuck if you're here. That wasn't my point. It doesn't matter if you're here or not. Moron. And I couldn't care if you were here in the launch of it or not. You're missing my fucking point on purpose just to split hairs and have an argument. I'm not even trying to have an argument. You know, like I'm telling you, this is the way a horizontal thing is. He can split hairs on how he believes horizontal and vertical is, but there's a presentation and a video on how it can both work together and better the game in self-contained acts where you can still get your leveling experience. I don't understand why he's fucking arguing, to be honest, other than either trolling or not comprehending what I'm saying. And then he replies to Bird. I'm not really interested in his replies to them. So anyway, I encourage you to do more research on the topic. And I said, if you say so. No, it's not. No extension has ever been given. Well, I've shown you and told you about Brimstone and, you know, during alpha things would be expanding, but, you know, this guy knows it all. So I reply, oh, if they don't fit your definition of an expansion, then they're not an expansion. Again, if you say so. I spent blah, blah. I said, I don't think it matters if one player who didn't play for 2 months comes back or not. So he obviously didn't get what I meant, my sarcasm there. About Nori's here, so the game is saved. Like, is it really? I don't know, guys. Is it because we're older and the younger generation don't get sarcasm? They don't understand the English language properly because they're not educated well enough to comprehend it? I don't understand. How can they not understand? Anyway, I told him outright I wasn't here last year. I came when they did their first free weekend, the last one that they did, which wasn't too long ago, a few months back. And I really enjoyed this game. And now I'm giving my feedback as they, the devs, have requested players do so. Now, you know, this, you say things like, I guess we're going to have to agree to disagree to stop idiots like this from continuing going on and on. And even that, he doesn't pick up on. I mean, does he pick up on social cues in real life? One has to wonder. I guess we're going to have to agree to disagree on certain points of view here. At the end of the day, I hope we both want an MMO which doesn't become smaller over the years. Brimstone is coming soon. They're not increasing the level cap. Proof NW, New World, can do horizontal progression. How is it not proof? If they're going to release a new section, which is this section here, Brimstone, and they're not upping the level cap from 60, it's going to remain 60. That's a horizontal progression. That proves that they can do it. So where am I wrong? And I said, this doesn't mean they can't later do vertical progression. Just saying. And he said, I think you don't get it. I thought, are you fucking kidding me? I don't get it. I don't get it. Are you kidding? So I said, all right, mate, move on. You're swinging your arms around, crying about something. And I quoted his, I think you don't get it. And I said, my point exactly, you don't get it. I'll be polite one more time. Move on. You add nothing to this conversation. And as you've seen here for the last hour going through this, you can see clearly he has nothing to add to this conversation. And then he'll just double down and say, it's actually like, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about, guys. How many of you actually know me for long enough to know that that's not true? So anyway, he's got the last word in, just like a little crybaby would. I'm not even going to bother replying to that. And we'll play the video again for those that have just joined us, so you can see that my video wasn't arguing one way or the other. It was presenting an idea, explaining generally in a generic form what a vertical progression is, what the downsides are, what a horizontal progression is, what the downsides can be, and how it could work together in something called acts. So let's play that one more time, and then I'll get into the game and show you what the game's about, right? Get the right thing up. G'day guys and girls, welcome back. This video is going to be about New World. I was on Twitter having an interesting back and forth with a gentleman called Board Fan JᴏɪR. Feel free to reach out and subscribe to him. We were having an interesting back and forth about vertical progress versus horizontal progress, and it seemed like he didn't understand, and he asked me to do a video on it, and so this is that video. So what is horizontal progression versus vertical progression? Let me bring up my whiteboard, see if I can make it simple. Your basic vertical model is your World of Warcraft style, where you've got a base game, you buy that game, you level to 60, you max yourself out, then the next expansion comes and you progress another 10 levels, or whatever the case may be. So you max yourself to, say, 70, and that new expansion has 4 raids and 4 dungeons, but your old gear is useless. The 10 previous raids and the 10 previous dungeons are now redundant. Essentially, your world has shrunk. It's gotten smaller. Your world now has 4 raids and 4 dungeons. The horizontal model, the base game you buy, you level to level 60, or whatever the max level will be for that base game. The base game may have 10 raids and 10 dungeons, and then the next expansion you buy, the level cap has not been raised. They've added more content, another couple of areas you can explore, 4 more raids, 4 more dungeons, different gear variations, but your world has gotten bigger. You've now got 14 raids and 14 dungeons, and you can mix and match the gear that you've got, which is your max level gear, with any newer max level gear. That's the horizontal model, and as each expansion comes out, your raids and your dungeons and the world itself gets bigger, not smaller. Now, both versions have their ups and downs. I myself prefer the horizontal model, where the world is getting bigger and bigger. What are the downfalls of that? Well, let's just assume that we've been playing this game with multiple expansions for 10 years. We probably end up with over 300 raids and 300 dungeons. That, within itself, can put some people off. What about the vertical model? Well, after 10 years, you've probably got the same amount of expansions, and your world has shrunk, but everyone skips the content. They will level up as fast as they can to level 120 or whatever the max level is, or maybe get boosters provided by the game. They will skip all your other dungeons and not experience them. So each has their ups and downs. A new player might join, see that the max level is 120 and get put off and not want to bother. A new player might join, see that the max level is 60, have the greatest experience leveling to 60, as that's the horizontal model. You make the best leveling experience ever, and then that's it, you're maxed. And each expansion after that makes the world bigger, but they might be overwhelmed with the choice of how many raids and dungeons and so on. Is there a way to have the best of both worlds? Well, this is where I'm going to discuss acts. Imagine, if you will, you've got, in this case, New World, your game. Base level 60, and as each expansion comes out, the world grows. The level cap remains the same. The raids and dungeons increase, all whilst telling an overarching story. And once that story gets to the end, regardless of how many expansions are required to tell that story, could be 4, could be 5, could be 10, that act comes to an end. So that horizontal progress ends, and it's a self-contained act. And you unlock Act 2. Now, Act 2 could be another 60 levels. It might only be 10 more levels from 60 to 70. So you focus on that leveling experience once again from 60 to 70 or 60 to 120. Whatever the level increase may be, you make that leveling experience just as friggin' grand as the initial leveling experience from Act 1. So that would be your base expansion, the vertical model, for the expansion of Act 2. After that, it would revert to the horizontal model, and each expansion will add more raids, add more dungeons, add more content as the world grows to tell Act 2's overarching storyline. Once you get to the end of Act 2, you repeat the process. So this is how you could have the best of both worlds and not overwhelm someone with heaps of raids and dungeons at one level, or a max level that you think you're not going to get to. Now, the other option you could have too, if you want to re-experience the dungeons in the previous acts, or if the developers want to stop people from racing people through old content, old dungeons, when entering an old act, an old dungeon, you could have a level scale system. You might get a pop-up on the screen that reads, "You are entering a dungeon from Act 1. We will be level scaling you down to level 60. And that would solve that, as well as allow you to re-experience the older content. So how would this look as a GUI in New World? Well, this is a mock-up that I've done showing you an acts menu. You'd have Act 1, you'd have the map, and what is the sections of the map that you'd need to complete. You'd have different objectives. It could be 6 objectives like I've got here, or it could be 10. That's up to the developers and the story. Down the bottom, you'll see the information for the act would tell you the level cap, the max gear score cap, the maximum level the weapon could be. And that was the other thing. Each act could increase the gear score or the maximum level for your weapons. Could also introduce new weapons at different acts. Act 2 would show that you haven't unlocked it yet. There might be a few extra acts there that are not available because they haven't been created yet. So you can see how this could work. And one final note is each act might be something that you might have to buy, whereas the expansions per act might be free. That's something that is up to Amazon. Hopefully this has helped explain a little bit about vertical progression, horizontal progression, how they could coexist. Thanks for listening. I hope to see you in New World. So as you can see, the video was short, to the point, and just gave an idea. I mean, there's no point it's not an argument. And Ryu in the chat says, also, when are people going to stop arguing with you? You clearly are going to win the argument. This is not about winning, though. This is about, like, as you can see, just in this hour and 23 minutes that we've been going, hour and 24 minutes, I've shown you what I'm talking about. I've given you, like, receipts. It's like, this is what can happen. I'm about to jump into game and show you how it works, how it's already in game. But then you got people like that won't show you receipts. They'll just tell you to go out and do research, and you don't know what you're talking about. So, okay, where's your evidence? And why are you arguing? We're trying to make the game better, aren't we? We're trying to share ideas, aren't we? I think it comes down to, the whole own your own shit when you're wrong type thing. I think it comes down to the young ones. They don't know how to own their own shit. If they fuck up somewhere, they can't admit they did. This guy could easily say, look, I think we've got different definitions on things, but I see what you're saying, and it could probably work. I don't know, blah, 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 blah. But no, he wants to double down and say how wonderful of a designer he is. Okay. So anyway, we're level capped at 60, but we can up our gear score to 625, and we're going to do that for each bit of gear. So this particular hatchet, even though I am 625, I haven't leveled it to max yet. So that's an example of vertical progression within a horizontal system, because we are staying at level 60. So I am going a couple of these I can post. Alright, so right here you can see this is like an open world MMO. Different crafting stations. There's another example. All your trades. That's a vertical progression upwards in a horizontal progressive game. So what I need to do is buy those two, 7k each, obviously. When it resets, it goes up in price. So I'll do the basic ones real quick. Get 14k tokens and grab those two. Put this shit away. I'll leave that one for later. As you can see, the map doesn't have that new area, which is going to be this section here. It's going to be 3 zones worth. And when that drops, that's free. That's an expansion. And we're still going to have level 60 cap, horizontal progression. I mean, I don't think I have to prove myself any other way now. It's like I've dropped all this evidence just by showing you in game. In a few days, what are we up? Australia's 15th, so on the 19th here, I believe. So next week, the expansion will drop. They're not charging us for it. Check first for the Ori. I think there's any there. Nope. No. Yeah, might even stashes. Three of them. So I can go to a Gibson kiln and turn that into a Gibson orb, which I can use to up my gear score. Part of vertical progression within a horizontal system. Oh no, the game's dead. I'll have that. Right, so now I've got the other one, didn't I? Hope you're still there, Rose, so you can see what New World is. And so I'm going to kill the boars. This is a lower level area, so they're going to die easy. It's because I want to grind up the tokens faster. And plus I'm getting rep for the area that I'm in, which is first line, which is where one of my houses is. Each time you max out again, here's another vertical progression of the area, but it's still in a horizontal setting. So each time that levels up, I can choose different bonuses for the area. And one of them is getting more house items that you can decorate your house with. So I need to get the chests. I can almost guarantee that guy that I've replied to in this video won't watch this video. Alright, so I'll go back home.
I greet you in wisdom and mutual respect, fellow scholar.
Alright. Two of them up that side, so we'll do those. Bear with me a second, just check a message. Thanks, Mia. Have a great dinner. Hey. Two of them are there, I'll grab those. Okay, we got one quest on the up and one on the down. Look how beautiful the game is. Another one or two up here. Someone's got them. And let's just say when, for argument's sake, Brimstone comes out, well, there's this area over here, and let's say it came out at level 70. That's where everyone will be, and no one would bother ever going around doing anything here, except for the PvP. All the dungeons, they'd become irrelevant. So the world, not technically has gotten smaller, but it has gotten smaller because you're focusing on the level 70 content. That's all my point was. It's not a hard point to get. I'm going to be disappointed when Brimstone releases and the level cap stays the same. And I'm proven right. So I've done all the chest for this one, but I want to get the shit behind the houses. Okay, down to the other level, down here. Hello, bunny. Hang on one sec. thought it would spawn soon. I'm going to turn those two. I'll sell that stuff later.
I greet you in wisdom and mutual respect, fellow scholar.
Now I can buy one of them. And do some quests. All three are in that area. Sorry, all's available. Don't mind that. If I can get there in time. Anthony, how you doing, mate? Yeah, the theory is, being the tank, I want the healer to be able to see me. Go turn those in.
I greet you in wisdom and mutual respect, fellow scholars.
Gotta go over there first. Okay. In-game talking isn't working. Turn it on and off again. There we go. Thank you. So this is near where the island. Oh, this one. Kill one there. There you are. Hey Roger, there you go, mate. Oh, it's good to hear. Okay. Someone's already killed the wraiths. From the way it's going to respawn. No, good. Bit of a brain fart then. I'm respawning. I do one about. Oops. Really? Come on, respawn. I'm sorry. There you are. So that even mighty drums. Soul sprouts. There it is, the emerald. Chess. Yeah. Might be to do one more run. Let's see.
I greet you in wisdom and mutual respect, fellow scholar.
There. Beauty. Might do a PvP run after this. go turn those in. Someone took my name, so I went, go.
I greet you in wisdom and mutual respect, fellow scholar.
Right. ᴑ mission. Let's go do that. Just to mix it up. Yeah, check on that all. See if it's respawned. No. Excuse me. Excuse me. Now I've got to stay here and hold this for another 50 seconds. Yeah, there we go. Turn it in. As long as we're not killed.
I greet you in wisdom and mutual respect, fellow scholars.
Oh, come on. Really sorting night off.
I greet you in wisdom and mutual respect, fellow scholar.
Thank you. hitting lag spikes. So he's trying to hit the field. Sᴜᴜᴘᴜᴜsᴜ. Yeah. I'll mind the other one. Excuse me. halfway there. One quarter to go.
Oops.
I greet you in wisdom and mutual respect, fellow scholar.
Now I can get the other one. Now we can go up to the Gibson. All right. Nasty suckers. Oh, that fucking weapon bug. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. A little bit laggy in this city. Now we're going into a level 60 zone, so it's going to be a bit harder. Come on. What are we taking so long for? Okay. Normally doesn't take this long. What are we waiting for? Might have to quit and reload. Oh no, there he goes. That took a while. Update's going to be in 3 days. It's blocking too late. Hey. You what there? Get up bounced. Jesus. Too many people there. Fuck off. Oh, time to join the crowd. Thank you. Yes, only got 5. So don't do this at midday. Excuse me. Excuse me. Need one more, come on. One more bag. Should have said with the group. That's all I need. Fucking lag.
you for all your help, dear.
Oh, fucking Jesus. Really? 11? Fuck off. It's too laggy up there. Imagine what Brimstone's going to be like. Right, so that was all the Gibson solo grind. Upper weapons gear score, which is vertical progression inside, horizontal progression. Got one more for that. Schematic below. Alright, so that was that. Probably close the stream down. It's been 4 hours. But, if you haven't watched the beginning, please do, because I go over a forum thread for New World and call out a moron.